Thanks, my brother. It's a real treat working with you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Real treat
We're ready.
with you all. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time. Track, our final show. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack on your TV Niagara. Final show of the 2020 racing season. You're about to see the race replay action from the closing card of the year on Tuesday, October 13th. And the last program of the year means it's time to say a lot of thank yous, mostly to our friends and associates at Your TV Niagara. Great partnership over all the years here, and thank you for your interest and backing of racing from Fort Erie Racetrack and to you, our great and knowledgeable viewers, for our horse racing product. This brings to an end 123 years of live horse racing at Fort Erie Racetrack. A lot of firsts this year in spite of the difficulty of the circumstance, most notably Prince of Wales Stakes Day. We want to thank you for stepping up, supporting our product to the tune of $3 million in wagering for the first time in track history in the 2020 Prince of Wales Stakes. In the off-season, we invite you to watch our website, forterieracing.com, and there, by about next May, you'll see copious announcements of the return of racing for 2021 in the month of June in all probability. Thanks again for watching, everyone, and now for the final time of our 2020 campaign, it's Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack on your TV Niagara. Stand by for a start. They're at the post in Fort Erie, and they're off. Step slowly away, Shengasa on the outside. Light of Congrats flashing some speed with Gold Venture, and right down along the inside is Hard and Sweet as they prepare to run out of the chute. Hard and Sweet, sent to the front by Jeffrey Alderson. Fahrenheit is up in the middle of the track. And dropping to the inside, Harmony Hall. Running in the front four, Gold Venture. Light of Congrats on the outside is 3 deep and 5th, and about 6 lengths back of the field is the known hard closer, Shengasa. So they run over to the turn, making all of the tempo. Hard and Sweet and Fahrenheit taking a great looking drafting trip on the speed. Light of Congrats came on for third. Gold Venture has lost ground back in fourth. It's 2 more lengths to Harmony Hall and 4 more to Shengasa. And here comes Fahrenheit up to stare. Hard and Sweet in the eye. 22 and 4 and 45 and 3. Fahrenheit. Hard and Sweet side by side into the top of the stretch. Light of Congrats to the outside of Gold Venture, third and fourth. Fahrenheit pokes ahead in front. Not yet through, maybe, is Hard and Sweet. Hard and Sweet battling long and hard. Comes back out for the late stretch lead. And a late running Gold Venture is coming on the grandstand side. Hard and Sweet might have got there just by the head bob on Gold Venture. Fahrenheit was third and Shengasa was too late for fourth. Hard and Sweet trying to hold off Gold Venture in the first. 1:17 for the 6.5 furlongs. Race 2 is at the post. They're off. They came out in a good line there, and it's Enhanced Finance on the outside, Maxima Only on the inside. In between horses, that's Pennies from Above wanting a piece of the early speed action. Princess Fiona back along the inside with Princess Fiona being pinched back there, passed by Snow Scene and Sassy Secret on the outside. Maxima Only from the post one draw, then Enhanced Finance, and Pennies from Above is right there near the lead and coming through between fillies and mares. Pennies from Above on the inside now takes the lead. Maxima Only has checked out. Snow Scene is readying to roll widest, and Enhanced Finance is right there, still battling. They're at the top of the stretch after a contested front quarter of 23 1/5. Enhanced Finance takes measure of Pennies from Above, who is not giving it in easily. But it is Enhanced Finance through the stretch. Enhanced Finance and Hannah Toomey drawing away to win race 2 by 2. Pennies from Above fought the good fight and was second. Princess Fiona does save third over Sassy Secret fourth. It's Enhanced Finance running the 5 furlongs in 59 and 3. And the streaking Kilkenny Prospect. Stand by for a start. Race 3 at the post. They're off. for 7/8 on the turf course. Jumping well inside was Dot's Vision. Jumping well outside, Kilkenny Prospect is going to be right up near the pace. Dot's Vision, Kilkenny Prospect, Perlerana tucked over. Leo the Rabbit is there in between horses, and Uncle Grumpy runs fifth and 3 wide. 1 pound sterling has 1 beaten, and the trailer over to the backstretch will be High Society. Scrap is on. Kilkenny Prospect on the outside is running up with Dot's Vision all the way. On the inside, Perlerana sitting there in third, then Leo the Rabbit. Uncle Grumpy is out in the clear air. Second to last in on the fence, High Society, and 1 pound sterling is only 2 lengths away and last on the outside. Positions unchanged at this stage. Riders content with their positions. Trying to take measure again, Kilkenny Prospect. Dot's Vision ran with that one all the way. The opening speed was 25 1/5, and they entered the final turn after a half in 49 2, so stepping it up 24 1 in the second stanza. Dot's Vision and Kilkenny Prospect, absolutely nothing settled between these two as they come to the top of the stretch. 1 pound sterling is looking a little wider out around Dot's Vision and Uncle Grumpy. They're in the stretch. Dot's Vision is the top end target, putting away Kilkenny Prospect, it appears. Dot's Vision trying to go all the way for Michelle Rainford, and the lead is 5 at the tote board, and Dot's Vision, an amply deserving, overwhelming favorite. And up for second, there's Perlerana from a long way back. Uncle Grumpy was third, and then Kilkenny Prospect against 1 pound sterling. Dot's Vision clearly superior in 1:28 3. They're off. Very even looking beginning with Victorian Moon flashing speed in the middle. So is Tackle the North, flat out on a mission and hasn't hit me yet. That's the first 4 as they move into the turn, and tracking them will be Molly Terra. Stardust Kitten has 1 beaten, and Mystery Day will be the early trailer. Ranging up on the outside is Flat Out on a Mission. Going to take on Hasn't Hit Me Yet. These two speeding into the turn, Victorian Moon, then Tackle the North. Down with Brown along the inside has suddenly stopped abruptly there, passed by Molly Terra, and that really disrupted the backfield, including Mystery Day. They move into the top of the stretch. Hasn't Hit Me Yet is after a quarter of 22 2. Hasn't Hit Me Yet through the stretch. Victorian Moon is pursuing vigorously. On the outside, here comes Victorian Moon up alongside, taking measure for Jeffrey Alderson. Big day in the saddle for Jeffrey Alderson. Victorian Moon to win. Caught Hasn't Hit Me Yet. Molly Terra came back on for third. Tackle the North was unofficially fourth, and Stardust Kitten unofficially fifth. The running time, 58 2. Stand by for a start. Race 5. They're off. Postman Pat from the outside, and in the middle, You Know You Like It. Thor's Thunder, as expected, wanted to beat them out of the chute. Thor's Thunder is hooked early, though, by You Know You Like It. 3 more lengths to Dinah's Gamble in between horses. He's a thriller up on the outside. Queen's Plate Nolan along the inside. Get the News is there in between horses. Moving second to last along the backstretch with a lot of work to do from back there. That's JMR Victory Lap, and the trailer taken back after attempting a leaving rush was Postman Pat. So it's Thor's Thunder, and you know you like it. The front vanguard on the turn, stalked by Dinah's Gamble. Get the News. He's a Thriller has made it up into the front 5. Queen's Plate Nolan running on in 6th. Thor's Thunder and Melanie Pinto still sits chilly. After quarters of 22 seconds and 45 and 1, Thor's Thunder supplying plenty of speed again. Dinah's Gamble is in hot pursuit. So is He's a Thriller. Get the News, a non-threatening 4th. And through the stretch, Thor's Thunder is going on with another overwhelming performance. Thor's Thunder and romping away winner again. There's the place battle. On the inside, Dinah's Gamble tried to hold off He's a Thriller. Get the News was 4th. Queen's Plate Nolan was 5th. Thor's Thunder much the best again in 110 and 4. Stand by for race 6. They're off. And right along the inside, it was Sophia's Slugger showing early speed. My Marc Andre on the outside. Breadcrumbs came away into 3rd. Chilling Secret on the extreme outside is 4th. Loquacious is 5th in on the fence. Flanked by Kobe Loco. And the early trailer is the race favorite Ice Challenge. Ice Challenge will need to pass them all to become a repeat winner. So the scrap is on up top, over to the backstretch. Sophia's Slugger inside, My Marc Andre up on the outside. Chilling Secret is 3rd. Through a quick enough front quarter of 23 and 3. Sophia's Slugger, My Marc Andre. Running out wide is Chilling Secret, and Kobe Loco is out in the clear from 4th. Breadcrumbs flattened out a little bit from 5th. Loquacious and Ice Challenge starts the motor running and is gaining ground from 7th and last and 3 wide. On the way to the last turn, it's Sophia's Slugger. Through an opening half of 47 and 3, Sophia's Slugger, My Marc Andre setting the pace. Chilling Secret is still 3rd into the turn, and then Loquacious and running out wide still, but trying to gain some ground. That's Ice Challenge, the race favorite, with still some work to do as they come over to the top of the stretch. Sophia's Slugger joined by Chilling Secret and My Marc Andre, and they come to the top of the stretch with the complexion totally changing. It's Chilling Secret and My Marc Andre putting away Sophia's Slugger. Ice Challenge still 5 lengths back, 3rd on the outside. Through the stretch, we're down to Chilling Secret, and digging in is My Marc Andre. My Marc Andre at 11 to 1 runs clear of the field. My Marc Andre won it by 5 over Chilling Secret. Sophia's Slugger stayed 3rd, and Ice Challenge settling for 4th this day as My Marc Andre and Emil Ramsamy pull an 11 to 1 upset. Standing by for a start. Race 7, locked and loaded. They're off. Big beginning on the inside for Ever So Wild, and front 9 is up fast from the outside, and in the middle of the track are Butler's Pick and Mocal. Then down to the inside for Raven's Cry, who is making his way out the rear end of the field there In behind Amnesty as they run along the backstretch, and front 9 is being shuffled back as they go to the turn, and Unyielding is also now the trailer. So it's Ever So De Wild setting up shop on the lead, chased by Butler's Pick onto the turn. Sizzling front panel of 22 and 1. Butler's Pick having at it. Here comes Amnesty, the widest one of all. Ever So De Wild still holding sway. Tiring a little bit and backing away was Mocal. Raven's Cry has come back on through, and running widest of all is front 9 off the turn. 3 across. Amnesty seizes the stretch lead from Butler's Pick, and Ever So De Wild, it's Amnesty kicking clear after a half in 45 and 2. Amnesty lost the photo last time, but he didn't this time. He won by 5 and going away. Raven's Cry is up for second. Third on the outside was front 9, and then Unyielding tried to save fourth against Butler's Pick. Amnesty much the best there, 104 and 2. Stand by for a start. Race 8 at the post. They're off for a turf mile in Fort Erie. And from the outside, Tale of Perfect Law is well away. Along the inside, Our Petunia, part of the early action. There goes C's Overture, and make no mistake from the outside. C's Overture on the outside flank of Our Petunia. Make no mistake ran up with them, and Silent Charity burst away into the front four. Capoeira is fifth. Giovanna Ponte sixth. Tale of Perfect Law running wide. Third from last shuffled out was Leon Azul. Second to last, It's Nice to Be Nice, and in the pink colors, What's in a Kiss is 10th and trailing into the backstretch. The opening quarter was 24 and 1/5, Our Petunia. And Jeffrey Alderson trying to steal one from the front end, but right there tagging is C's Overture, and make no mistake is out in the clear. From third, Giovanna Ponte is fourth. Silent Charity fifth. Tale of Perfect Law made it to sixth on the outside. Capoeira is seventh. It's Nice to Be Nice starts to motor running from back there in eighth with lots of work to do. Then it's Leon Azul, and What's in a Kiss is 10th on the inside, but less than 6 lengths would cover the field. And they move on to the final turn with C's Overture on the inside, disposing of Our Petunia. Make no mistake is on the outside. Then Giovanna Ponte, readying to roll wide. Tale of Perfect Law, still in heavy traffic, is It's Nice to Be Nice. Make no mistake has come away with a top of the stretch lead after a half in 48 and 3, and 6 furlongs in 1:15 and 2. Make no mistake is trying to bring it home. Back in second, C's Overture on the outside. That's Capoeira with Tale of Perfect Law. Make no mistake has won it at 4-1. Capoeira second. Tale of Perfect Law was third. C's Overture was fourth, and What's in a Kiss was fifth. Make no mistake, and Jason Hoyt made no mistake in the eighth. They're off. Coming out from the outside is Romantic Gizmo with a strong start. Down along the inside is Evil Woman, and rushing up on the extreme outside out of the chute comes Express Banking with a big early tempo going on here, and right along the inside in the front four, that'll be Big Mamba. Pirion runs on through, so that's the way it is third from last. Second to last on the fence is Truly Honored. CJ's Flair completes the field. They speed over into the turn. Romantic Gizmo on the inside, and on the outside is Express Banking. These two having added into the turn with Pirion moving up into third. Evil Woman now fourth. So that's the way it is. Improves into the front five. Truly Honored is backed away. CJ's Flair second to last, and Big Mamba backed away from the field. So they move into the top of the stretch after a battle in 22 and 4 and 45 and 4 for Romantic Gizmo and Express Banking. Express Banking and Romantic Gizmo have had at it, and Evil Woman is going to try to reach them. CJ's Flair live on the grandstand side. Express Banking, just a scant late lead, is edging away. Iron Tough still is Romantic Gizmo battling tooth and nail. Romantic Gizmo back at Express Banking. Express Banking looks to get the head bob by about a head to an Iron Tough Romantic Gizmo. And then Evil Woman and a late closing Big Mamba. Express Banking and Romantic Gizmo put on a great show in 117 and 2. Shamrock is completing the line. Stand by for a start. Race 10 at the post. And they're off. Along the inside, it's Show Me the Prize for early position. Shamrock is fast away. Court Reporter on the outside of No Question. There's the front four. Secretariat's Honor is in between. Meet You at Home and I Miss You up fast right down along the inside in tight quarters there. And we've had a rider unseated. Munch and Crunch. Devin Johnson is off his mount. Munch and Crunch is loose. We have a loose horse, but to the rear of the field and out of harm's way at this stage. Shamruckus, the leader, over to the backstretch. Tagging on the outside second is No Question. Show Me the Prize runs in on the fence in the top trio. And Court Reporter joins the top four. Conquest Rapiduno is on the outside in the front five up the backstretch. And then it's Meet You at Home and I Miss You and Secretariat's Honor. Well back to Blondie Likes to Dance. And after unseating the rider, Munch and Crunch is safe and far back of the field, and everybody else, the other nine, proceed into the turn. And the battle rages on the top end. Shamruckus having a long battle with Show Me the Prize. Here comes No Question, winding up on the outside and trying to quickly devour these leaders. No Question. Now on the outside of Shamruckus, suddenly tiring into the turn was Show Me the Prize, and rushing up fourth on the outside, Court Reporter. And Secretariat's Honor now hits the front five. Shamruckus, the head of the stretch leader. On the outside is No Question. No Question. Shamruckus is Iron Tough. And Chris Husbands has this one moving off. It's still Shamruckus over No Question in late stretch. And Shamruckus is going to do it. Shamruckus won it by a pair. No Question was second. Here's the show battle. Secretariat's Honor was third. Court Reporter was fourth. And Show Me the Prize was fifth. The winner, Shamruckus, running the mile and 70 yards in 1:44 and 3. Well, everyone, welcome back for the final time. That's right, this is the Swan Song and Goodbye Stakes for the 2020 live racing season from Fort Erie Racetrack. You know, when we look back on the year as a whole, it's been quite remarkable. Thanks to our horse people, management, everybody concerned that we were able to put on the show to this extent this year. And what a memorable year it has turned out to be. And we still have a big 10-race performance coming your way. It's closing day 2020 from Fort Erie Racetrack. First post at the usual 1:10 p.m. in less than 30 minutes. Thanks for understanding this year that we had to be closed to spectators. We're going to say without hesitation that we sincerely hope to have fans back in the stands in 2021. So be sure to watch the website forterieryracing.com about next May for the announcements on the resumption of live racing for the 2021 season at Fort Erie Racetrack. And thanks for following along this year at forterieryracing.com, hpibet.com, HPI TV, all across the USA and the world. And this is our season finale, first post coming up at 1:10 p.m. Become a member today if you have not already done so at hpibet.com, and you'll get $100 when you bet $100. Enrollment includes the rewards program, the ability to watch 4 tracks at the same time. You can wager on almost 500 tracks from around the world, and you can wager online or on site at any time. Check it out and join for free today if you don't already have an account. hpibet.com. Your TV Niagara this Thursday. We want to alert you to the fact that this is the season final show this Thursday evening. So in the Niagara region, it's found at cable channel 700, Your TV Niagara. Thanks again to our friends at Your TV Niagara for the great and mutually profitable partnership this year. Post time from Fort Erie Racetrack. Final show of the 2020 season this Thursday evening at 8 p.m. on Your TV Niagara in the Niagara region, cable channel 700. FortErieRacing.com has our live stream, the replays, Ashley Mayhew's free daily betting tip sheet, the racing schedule, statistics, and much more. And now it's all live in HD. FortErieRacing.com. Stand by with your pen and pencil. Here come the changes. From the first race, Stewart's Scratch of 5 Henson's Girl. 6 Crazy Society will race 1 pound over. In race 2, 5 over Bearing, 1 pound over. 6 Dynamite Karma will carry 120 pounds. In race 2. In the third race, 2 Sativa, and 3 Town Dancer, and 6 Lucky Street. 2, 3, and 6 in the third race, all 1 pound over. In the fourth race, 2 Make It 1 Classy Vision, that is 2 pounds over. That's 1 Classy Vision in the fourth, 2 pounds over. Number 8, Diamonds in Her Eyes, 3 pounds over. There is a vet scratch of number 9, Party Dress. Scratch 9, Party Dress. 10, Stella Terra, 1 pound over. On to the fifth race, Stewart's Scratches of 2 Exquise. 5, Solitude is Bliss. 6, Einstein's Babe. Number 10, Come On Babe. And 11, Miss Artie Deco, all Stewart's Scratches. The 12, Doodle Dandy, will move into race. Doodle Dandy will move into race in race 5. Race 5 off the turf, and it will be contested at 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. In the sixth race, 1 Hennessy Strike to race 2 pounds over. 5 Not a Hausfrau is a vet scratch. 7 Twirling Wind, racing 3 pounds over. 7th race, 1, 77 stone, racing 1 pound over. A vet scratch of 2, it starts with a drink. Scratch number 2 from the 7th race, the annual Tour de Fort at the 2 miles and 70 yards distance. Still in that 7th race, 6 Sonar, 7 2020 Crest, and the 8 World of Prospects, all 1 pound over. That's 6, 7, and 8, 1 pound over in the 7th. The 2020 Tour de Fort, closing day feature. In the 8th race, rider change of 1, Gideon's Sword, make it Chris Husbands. Number 2, Western Society, racing 2 pounds over. 3, Text Me Too, has a jockey change, make it Jason Hoyt. Jason Hoyt will ride 3, Text Me Too, in the 8th. 4, Sea by the Sea, racing 3 pounds over. 5 is a Stewart's Scratch, that's JMR Silent Lake. 7, Sunkawakan, 2 pounds over. Number 9, I've Paid My Dues, 1 pound over. Stewart's Scratches of 10, What's One More, and 11, Sterling Ice, and 13, Lord of Legends. Stewart's Scratches of 10, 11, 13. Also number 12 has become a Stewart's Scratch. The 14, Henry's Gizmo, will move into race. That's Henry's Gizmo, number 14, moving into race, as will number 15, Den of Thieves. And we'll be repeating those changes long before those races approach again on the program. On to the 9th race, where number 4, Kiss of Fire, has become a vet scratch. Same for number 9, Ben's Last Call, vet scratch. That's vet scratches of 4 and 9 out of the 9th race. 10th and final race, 3, Marriage Counselor. There will be a rider change. Jockey change pending for 3, Marriage Counselor, in the 10th. 6, Silent Contempt, is 3 pounds over. Number 8, Hidden Artifact, 1 pound over. 9, I Idolize You, has become a Stewart's Scratch. Number 13, Crumlin Express, will not go. Stewart's Scratches of 9 and 13 from the 10th and final race, offering the Jackpot High Five. Closing day already, program 39 of the 2020 campaign here at Fort Erie Racetrack. A bulk thank you to everyone. I was contemplating getting into naming names, but I don't want to leave everyone out. Back in March and April this year, a lot of anxiety about whether we, in the racing world, would be able to race at all in the calendar year 2020. Things have turned out way better than expected, thanks to all of you. For example, Prince of Wales Stakes Day this year, back on September 29th, brought us to Fort Erie Racetrack's historic first ever $3 million wagering day. So thanks to all of you who made that possible out there for your interest in following and backing of the Fort Erie Live product this year. Just before we get away as well to this final program of the year out on the racetrack, a couple of informal awards that I usually mention on the last day of each year. So my claim of the year this year is going to be a real exciting horse that I really look forward to in the coming months and hopefully next year, Giant Balls of Fire. The True Stride Horse Racing Stable people, trainer Kevin Buttigieg, I think that was one of the best claims of the year. That exciting turf horse by the name of Giant Balls of Fire, certainly one that I'm going to be following in the coming months. And the race of the year was back on July 7th, and it was apprentice Nikki Alderson. Now, admittedly, the rest of the field came back to her, but it was quite a spectacle when she fanned out 8 wide on the turf course into the top of the stretch and mowed down the entire field. So again, a couple of my informal rewards here for the end of the season, and thanks to all of you, especially our horse people, my fellow racing officials, for putting on the show this year. And the TV crew at my side here has been absolutely outstanding and unwavering in their support of me as I have rode their coattails again here in Fort Erie for a 5th consecutive year. So 10 races on the docket today. Let's get to the handicapping session for the closing card of 2020 from Fort Erie Racetrack. In the first race, 6, 4, and 7 will be my top 3. Crazy Society on the move up to non-winners of 4, looking pretty obvious here for Julie Mathis, the leading trainer of 2020 in Fort Erie, and rider Chris Husbands. 6, 4, and 7 is the way I'll go in that first race. Our track handicapper Ashley Mayu going 6, 7, and 1, and the daily racing form going 6, 1, and 4. We might also mention that Bill McGurr's morning line puts 6 Crazy Society on the top of the ticket in that first race. Bill McGurr, the morning line oddsman here in Fort Erie from Equibase.com, also serving as the chart caller and morning clocker, and does a fantastic job for us year in, year out here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Thanks again, Bill, all of us riding your coattails again in 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack. On to race 2. I'm going 7, 3, and 4 on the ticket. Probable chalk choice here. Strategic Vision is in the morning line at 2 to 1, taking some major class relief here after a spin up at Woodbine, but comes back to the friendly confines of Fort Erie, and Kirk Johnson, turning in another rock-solid season in the saddle here at Fort Erie, picks up a very live-looking mount with Strategic Vision in race 2. The only differing view is brought to us by the daily racing form selector, who puts Super Flyover on the top of the ticket for Michelle Rainford and Scott Fairley, one of the successful jockey and trainer combinations again in 2020. Great to have had them in the lineup this year at Fort Erie Racetrack. On to the third race, 6 furlongs, 3, 8, and 1 is the way I'll go. Town Dancer I thought looked fantastic in victory last time. So Darwin Banak and Chris Husbands move this one up to the non-winners of 2 condition, but really it's a lot of the same company as this one. Handily defeated last time out, was a huge margin of victory, was running off on them at the finish. So Town Dancer looks logical, although probable low odds awaiting you there. Some other options might include number 8, Handsome Guy, and number 1, My Joe, a last time winner in race 3. In the fourth race, 8, 6, and 7 I'm going to go. Party Dress number 9 had been one of my selections. That one became a vet scratch. So Diamonds in Her Eyes gave hard-working trainer Rich Davis his first winner deservedly on the meet last time out, was knocking on the door just before that, and I think this move up to the non-winners of 3 condition shouldn't be too much of a setback for Diamonds in Her Eyes. 1 for Nikki gets a lot of support from all of us, the public selectors crew. 1 for Nikki. Battled long and hard last time, but does move up a touch in class here from the 3,000 to 4,000 level. So I'm going to stay with Diamonds in Her Eyes to try to double up here in the fourth race. Race 5, regrettably, is off the turf course for closing day because of overnight rain in the Niagara region. So we move to 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. I'm going 4, 1, and 7 on the ticket. Star on the Horizon. My top call on the basis of the move from maiden special weight back to a modest claiming class here for Star on the Horizon. And who else but trainer Julie Mathis and rider Chris Husbands teaming up here on a probable consensus choice in race 5. Again, race 5 to be contested at 1 mile 70 yards on the main track. On to the 6th race, 7, 3, and 1 is the way I'll go. Twirling Wind was a last start winner who looked well in hand, winning by almost 2 open lengths to Sunny Singh. So Twirling Wind, my top call, back in essentially the same type of allowance company here for non-winners of 3. Twirling Wind, in my estimation, looks like the one to beat. Ashley Mayu, our public selector, along with the daily racing form, and morning line oddsman Bill McGurr, all with the consensus view on twirling wind in the 6th. The 7th race brings us the renewal of the Tour de Fort at 2 miles and 70 yards. And, well, this looks like one of the most solid bets of the year for Auntie Catherine. Auntie Catherine and then all the others, in my view here, the way this race looks to shape up. Auntie Catherine, winner of the Puss in Boots Cup by more than 4 lengths, winner of the Molson Cup by over 3 open lengths. All of those were unstressed looking wins. Total consensus there. We might also alert you to the fact that the track record for the Tour de Fort, 2 miles and 70 yards, is about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So I'll be keeping tabs on that, whether a track record might fall in the Tour de Fort with really nice weather conditions prevailing out there for the 7th race and the 2020 renewal of the closing day Tour de Fort. In the 8th race, Chris Husband's picking up the mount of one Gideon's Sword. And in this event, I'm going to go 6, 8, and 1, Gunzig Stinger. Emil Ramsamy has had a rock-solid meet here in Fort Erie this year. He had lots of winners with the Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeders Association Stakes that we had the unique privilege to host this year here in Fort Erie. So never any hesitation to put Emil Ramsamy on the top of the ticket for myself and Bill McGurr's morning line here in the 8th race. However, Ashley Mayu, the track selector, and the daily racing form, both siding with Gideon's Sword, who battled long and hard last time and just missed as a beaten favorite. But I cannot bring myself to put Gideon's Sword on top of the ticket because this one is 0 for 17 lifetime coming into this race. I'm not saying this kind can't win. They do step up and win sometimes, but the statistics are against it after they get beyond 0 for 10 lifetime. So that's the reason I'm putting Gideon's Sword back down in 3rd position in my 8th race selections. On to the 9th race. 3, 6, and 7 I'll go. Dynamic Force has been a private purchase since the last start here. Raced for Willie Armada and the ownership of Alpine Stable in the last outing. Today shows up for trainer Chris Jolene and the ownership of Leah Ann Willette. So a private purchase and the ensuing trainer change here for Dynamic Force in the 9th race. The daily racing form, the only descending view, putting Groundhog Day number 8 on the top of the ticket. 10th and final race and the final race of 2020 in Fort Erie. And in this event, I'm going 5, 12, and 4 with number 5, SEAL Team 2, a last start winner for Sharon Chicago, Mark Lee Buchanan, picking up a live-looking mount. Number 12, Be the Change. This horse I could have easily been persuaded to put on the top of the ticket. And for some long shot spice, how about the class-dropping Tobruk with Kirk Johnson in the saddle and his morning line at 15 to 1, and it's a mandatory payout day for the jackpot high 5. We look forward to our track handicapper Ashley Mayu with her insights and selections all throughout the afternoon. Thanks for being with us for closing day 2020, 13 minutes to post time at Fort Erie Racetrack.
And just like that, the 2020 season comes to an end today with a 10 race card. We'll kick things off here in race one on the dirt with a field of fillies and mares that have either not won 4 races lifetime or have yet to win a race in 2020. Now, looking at the horses on paper, I do think the 6 Crazy Society looks like the horse to beat. She's a 3-year-old filly. She's been on a 3-race win streak. She broke her maiden here on August 25th decisively, and then in her next 2 starts, she picked up wins each time out. I like that she doesn't need the lead to win. She likes to be forwardly placed, but she doesn't need to be on the lead out of the gate. So to me, she does look tough in here. Now, in the case of the 7 Jack's Memory 5-2 morning line, my biggest concern with her is her turf races are better than her dirt races. If you look at her wins this year, she picked up 2 of them. They were both going 7/8 on the grass. They were both really nice wins where she was able to close from off the pace. Now, since then, her best finish has been a 2nd place finish 2 starts back, also going 7/8 on the turf. So when you look and key in on her dirt races, she's got 2 of them. I'm going to kind of discard her most recent effort. It was going a mile and 70. It was a tougher group. And I think if you can go to the race on September 14th where she was going 6 furlongs over the muddy track, she was 3rd in there. She finished mid-pack. It was a small field, beaten by 7 1/4, but it was a better performance from her than last time out on the dirt. And I think today she's dropping in for a $3,000 tag. Maybe that's enough, especially cutting back in distance today. And finally, after that, it's late in the season. I feel like on days like today or even yesterday, we saw some prices. Horses that were constantly in form and consistently in form kind of tail off, and some other horses kind of rise and shine. I think a potential horse for a minor share is the number 1, I'll Alter Him, who, if you look last year, 4 for 7 in the money, picked up 1 win early in the season, but this year we've only seen her twice. She stepped up last time out. She finished 2nd, beaten by 6 1/4. Crumlin Express was much the best, but she beat Darling to Here on that occasion. And I like that. Even though she kind of broke slowly, she made up enough ground to get a minor share. So for me, she's only making her 3rd start this year. I'm going to use her, especially if she's anywhere near her morning line price. Good luck.
Here's the field on first race post parade from Fort Erie. I'll alter him number 1. Races for Luann Woods with Pierre Melhot in the saddle. See My Moves, number 2, conditioned by Scott Fairley for Ace Racing Stable. In the irons, Michelle Rainford. Ginger Candy is number 3, trained by Louis Cappy for Christina Roberts and Michael Coburn, with Kirk Johnson. Darlin Daher, number 4, has Brad Wilson on board for Kevin Buttigieg. Number 5 was a Stewart scratch. 6, Crazy Society, campaigning for Julie and Dave Mathis with Chris Husbands. 7, Jack's Memory completes the field. Racing for Julie and Daryl Ezra and Michelle Olson. Hired to ride is Jeffrey Alderson. Claiming field in the first race will run 5 furlongs. Started the rolling pick 3s and daily doubles, and their superfecta, trifecta, exacta, win, place, and show opportunities on the first race from Fort Erie. Starting gate is taking position at the 5 furlong point for the Fort Erie first race. They've reached the gate, ready to step in. See My Moves first to take position. Ginger Candy offered at 4 to 1. Darling Daher. Favored Crazy Society. So just the inside and outside gates to go. And there goes Jack's Memory. I'll alter him to complete the line. Stand by for a start. They're at the post. And they're off for program 39 and the season finale of the 2020 campaign at Fort Erie Racetrack. Slowly away was Crazy Society, moves down to the inside and trailing there. See My Moves is up fast for the lead. And on the outside is Darling Daher. Ginger Candy runs through in between. Crazy Society pushed the way right on through and overtook I'll Alter Him. And Crazy Society is up to lead it. Jack's Memory is 3 lengths back and trailing. Crazy Society didn't have the best of starts, but now has the lead from See My Moves and I'll Alter Him coming to the top of the stretch. Darling Daher, then Ginger Candy, and trailing Jack's Memory. They're at the top of the stretch after a front quarter of 23 seconds flat. Plenty of work done so far by Crazy Society, but Crazy Society in the Red Shadow Roll is still doing it and doing it well. Crazy Society, under a hand ride to Chris Husbands, is going to win it. Here's the place battle, and it's See My Moves up for second. And then Darling Daher against I'll Alter Him for third and fourth, as Crazy Society is a romping winner in the first, 59 1/5. In the show photograph number 4, Darling Daher is posted third. 1, I'll Alter Him, posted fourth. From the first race, 6, 2, 4, and 1. Race time recap. 23 seconds. The half in 46 and 3. And the 5 furlongs of the first race, 59 1/5. Crazy Society. Crazy Society back from the first race in Fort Erie. The 3-year-old bay filly by Society's chairman from Crazy Executive by Bold Executive. Bred in Ontario by Eric Everett Muse, Jean and James Everett. Campaigns for David and Julie Mathis. The winning ride to Chris Husbands. Win streak now at 4 in a row to end the season. Crazy Society in the first, 59 1/5. When posted official. 470, 270, and 230 on Crazy Society. See My Moves $4 and $2.90. Darling Daher $3 to show. The exacta 1570, the trifecta 4440, the dollar superfecta of 624 and 1, 6720. Now on display the show photo from the first race, showing 4, Darling Daher, finishing third over 1, I'll Alter Him. 4 over 1 in the show photograph, now on display from the Fort Erie first race. We want to give a special happy birthday shout out to Bill McGurr, one of our own on the Press Box crew. From Equibase.com, our invaluable morning line odds setter, chart caller, morning clocker extraordinaire. Happy birthday and many happy returns, Bill McGurr. Here are the race 2 changes. 5 Overbearing, 1 pound over. 6 Dynamite Karma, 2 pounds over. 19 minutes to post time to race 2. Start of the early 20-cent pick 4. Closing day at Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 2 is the start of the early pick 4, an allowance optional claiming event for colts and geldings going 6 furlongs on the dirt. Looking at this field, the number 7 Strategic Vision is really hard to ignore. Going to be a short price, that's for sure, but you want to talk about a horse that's had a great season. 3 wins from 5 starts and a second place. The only disappointing finish was last time out over the Tapeta up at Woodbine. So actually draw a line through that race. You see those 3 local performances, they all resulted in wins, and I thought even though the earlier wins in the season were most impressive, at least visually drawing off, the Bob Summers was a big race. He had a field of 7 this year, but you're getting those accomplished horses, especially at like 6.5 furlongs, and that's one of our key races here every year for the local horses. And really, this one had to step up and got the job done by half a length, but a huge number out of that, an 81 buyer. This horse has had an 81 buyer this year, an 83. Really, really, really nice horse that I wish I owned a part of. I do think this horse just on paper kind of looks to be the best. I think there are other directions you may look. I think the 3 Super Flyover is going to get a little respect. You know, second last time out, beaten by 8 lengths behind Be Very, Very Quiet, but that's a horse that, you know, I think this trip really set up for him. You can't look in too much into that big margin. I think if you look at the race before that, that's a huge performance. An 89 buyer going 6 furlongs. Yes, the track kind of played to speed that day, but a huge performance, beat a couple horses in here, including Overbearing. So for me, this is the logical second horse on paper. And then from there, I'm going to turn to the 4 Knights, who's a little bit of a head scratcher, at least as far as the dirt goes. 3 dirt starts in his career, is yet to hit the board. But interestingly enough, John Sims, the trainer, does quite well in this angle, moving a horse off the turf to the dirt, winning at 44% from a sample size of 16. Last time out, this horse was moved up from 4th to 3rd via disqualification and only missed by 2 3/4 against a tough group. You see, the horse that finished 3rd but was bumped up to 2nd, Awesome Miner, came back to win. Kagan needs no introduction, a very well-respected horse who had a great season here on the turf at Fort Erie. So this is different. This is on the dirt. If this horse can take to the dirt, I definitely think he can get a minor share. And when John Sims and Melanie Pinto team up, watch out. They do quite well together.
The race 2 horses move into the walking ring. 5 minutes to post. Riders going up for race 2. Here's the field on race 2 post parade from Fort Erie. Love to Sing is number 1, campaigning for Satrahan Singh. In the irons, Jeffrey Alderson. 2 is Elusive Row, racing for Ravendra and Eric Ragunath with Emil Ramsamy up. Super Flyover is number 3, conditioned by Scott Fairley for Ace Racing Stable. Aboard is Michelle Rainford. 4 Nights is number 4, partnered by Melanie Pinto for John Sims and owner Deborah Fletcher. Overbearing number 5, races for Kevin Buttigieg and Colebrook Farms, Sunny Singh. 6 is Dynamite Karma, owned and trained by Nick Mullaney Jr., co-owned by Tom Pritchard. Hired to ride is Mark Lee Buchanan. Strategic Vision 7 completes this field. Trained by Julie Mathis for Pier 1 Stables, and the rider is Kirk Johnson. Allowance optional claiming field to run at 6 furlongs on the main track. Start of the early 20-cent pick 4. Starts a rolling pick 3 and double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta. Win, place, and show wagers. Race 2 coming up from Fort Erie. The riders under instruction to take their horses back into the chute to the 6 furlong point for race 2. Time running out for race 2 wagers. They're moving up to the gate and readying to load. Long shot Love to Sing. Elusive Row is offered at 8 to 1. Favored Super Flyover, and then 4 Knights. The outside 3 over Bearing. Dynamite Karma. Strategic Vision, second choice to complete the line. Stand by for a start. Race 2. They're off. Good even beginning for all. And from the outside, that strategic vision flashing speed, love to sing along the inside. They're going to be joined in the middle by overbearing Dynamite Karma to the outside. Running through in between is Elusive Row to be up near the pace. Elusive Row is now shuffled out second to last, passed on the outside by 4 Knights. So they go to the turn, and from the outside gate, Strategic Vision made the lead and crossed over. Then on the outside uncovered is Dynamite Karma to drive on at the leader. Round the turn, and the top end battle shapes up. Making the speed is Dynamite Karma on the outside. On the inside, Strategic Vision, and 4 Knights has come on to be a menacing third. Super Flyover, race favorite, may be looking for more room, and Elusive Row is on the outside, just ahead of Overbearing, and they move to the top of the stretch. Dynamite Karma, Strategic Vision has to dig in. Strategic Vision diving to the inside. Here comes Super Flyover. Super Flyover at Strategic Vision, and on the farthest outside is 4 Knights, closing hard. Any one of 3 can win this. They come up to the wire. Super Flyover getting up on the inside, and on the outside, 4 Knights in a driving finish. Strategic Vision between them. It's a win photo. Super Flyover, 4 Knights in a driving finish. That's a win photo. 110 and 2. Posted from race 2, 4376. 4376 posted, 4 Knights in the photo. Over 3, Super Flyover, and 7, Strategic Vision, with 6, Dynamite Karma finishing 4th. Race times recap, 22 and 3, the half in 45 and 2, and they ran the 6 furlongs in 110 and 2 in race 2. Back for the winner's photograph is 4 Knights in a dramatic photo. The Dark Bear Brown 5-year-old gelding by More Than Ready from Happy Now by Mr. Greeley. Bred in Kentucky by John Fielding and Fred Hertrick. Trained by John Sims for owner Deborah Fletcher. The winning ride to Melanie Pinto. 36th of the meet. And 4 Knights makes it the second win in 7 starts this year. Up in time in race 2 when made official. Four Nights was off at 11-1 and kicks back 24.80 on the win ticket. 10-10 and 460. Super Flyover 330 and 250. Strategic Vision 250. The Exacta 86.40. The Trifecta 308.90. The dollar Superfecta 437 and 6, good for $548.80. And the first daily double of the program, $47.80. Now on display, the place photo of race 2, showing number 3, Super Flyover, finishing second over number 7, Strategic Vision. 4 was the winner by close to a full head. And the place photo, 3 over 7, now on display from race 2. Here are the third race changes. 2 Sativa, 3 Town Dancer, 6 Lucky Street, all 1 pound over. 2, 3, and 6 racing 1 pound over. Race 3, start of a rolling pick 3 and double. Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win, Place, and Show available. Race 3 in 17 minutes from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 3 is a claiming event. 4 non-winners of 2 lifetime. We're still on the dirt for this one. I think the number 3, Town Dancer, is a logical use as a top horse. I mean, this horse came here the first start of 2020 off nearly almost a year layoff, 10 months to be specific. Won by 11 3/4 in basically gate to wire fashion. I mean, a huge race. This horse had been facing tougher competition as a 2-year-old, needed some time off for whatever reason, and then came here ready to roll. So huge performance in that first start of a 3-year-old season and first start of 2020. So for me, this is the horse to use on top. Others I will consider the 8, Handsome Guide. This was another nice maiden winner last time out. Was only in for a $4,000 tag, but Melanie Pinto got this one to the front quite early. Was able to draw off by 2 1/4 in there. That was going 5 furlongs. Now today, it's going to go further. It's going to go 6 furlongs, but you see these two both have some early foot, which will be interesting to see how this race shakes up. You don't know what's going to happen on the pace scenario end, and I think a weird horse, I don't know if weird's the right word, but a sleeper is what I would say, is the number 9, Wiley O'Reilly. Yes, they're trying a lot of things at once. You see blinkers on, first time Lasix, first time gelding. Yes, that's a lot to try at once, but this horse, interestingly enough, broke his maiden early in his career. You can see it was in June of 2019 and had some decent races after that. Was claimed for $15,000 in his first start of 2020. And really hasn't shown much since then, but his numbers haven't been that bad. I mean, he still has a 62 Bayard 2 back. He finished 4th, beaten by 4 3/4 lengths, where the winner, Precious Badge, was cleared by 2 1/4. That was allowance level, non-winners of 2 lifetime. Now he's dropping in for a tag, and it's a way smaller tag than he was picked up for. So curious to see how he'll do here. I think last time out, just discard the effort. It was the Puss in Boots, originally scheduled for the turf, moved to the dirt. It was going long. We see him shortening back up. And if you're looking for a price, this is the horse to use. He's got a bullet work on October 5th, 48 2 breezing, the fastest of 7 at the 4 furlong distance. So I hope we get that price. Not sure we will. And usually I'm not a fan of seeing a lot of changes at once, but they're trying to get this horse kind of running and try to get him, up to full bore here. So for me, this is the horse that I would use underneath, and maybe depending on the odds, knowing that he's kind of can sit off the pace. If those other 2 horses I mentioned locked up early on, maybe Wiley O'Reilly will be closing late.
The third race horses move into the walking ring at 6 minutes to post time. Riders up for race 3. Here's the field passing by the grandstand on post parade for race 3 in Fort Erie, led by My Joe 1, trained by Nick Mullaney Jr. for Colebrook Farms. Hired to ride is Emil Ramsamy. Sativa number 2, campaigning for Luthia Shirley with Jeffrey Alderson. Chris Husband's partners for Williams Rockland and partner and trainer Darwin Banak on 3, Tandancer. Next on parade is Cape Desiderato 5, conditioned by Elliott Sullivan for Bruno Chickadance. Howard Newell is up. Sunny Singh riding for Mike DiPaolo, John Russell and partners ownership. 6 is Lucky Street. Deputy of Egbert 7 is owned and trained by Julie Mathis. Kirk Johnson aboard. Melanie Pinto on board the 8, Handsome Guy for Sean Smullen and Stronach Stables. 9 is Wiley O'Reilly. Races for Sharon Chicotto, Even Stevens Stables. Mark Lee Buchanan in the saddle. Also on the track to complete the field is Earthquake Director. The rider is Jason Hoyt for trainer Tedston Holder and the ownership of Kenny Yang. The third race, claiming field to run 6 furlongs, start of a pick 3 and daily double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show on race 3 from Fort Erie. Riders taking their horses back into the chute to the 6 furlong point for race 3. Starting gate is in position for race 3. And as they come up to the gate, 3 Town Dancer will be shown favoritism, just above even money. Sativa walked in. The favorite takes position. Earthquake Director stepping up. Cape Desiderato. Lucky Street taking 5-1 action. Long shot Deputy of Egbert. Handsome Guy at 6-1. So just the inside and outside gates to go. Wiley O'Reilly is in. My Joke to complete the line. Stand by for a start. Race 3. They're off. Ooh, and a very terrible start there for Earthquake Director. Almost lost the rider, Jason Hoyt, but has settled down. And the scrap for the early lead sees My Joe come out with speed right along the inside, and it's Town Denser going to join. The hot favorite is right there with the leaders. Wiley O'Reilly emerged on the extreme outside, and Longshot Deputy of Egbert is running up near the pace. Also emerging, Handsome Guy is moving up on the extreme outside. Along the inside to the turn, that'll be Cape Desiderado taken back, and after the bad start, Earthquake Director is last in the field. So the opening quarter speed was a very quick 22-2, and they continue to battle long and hard on the top end. It's My Joe and Town Denser having at it. Wiley O'Reilly coming through into third. Deputy Egbert has tired a little bit, and backing off was Lucky Street. They're in the stretch. Town Denser comes away with the stretch lead. After a half in 45-4, Town Denser. Lucky Street is going to mount a late charge here. Town Dancer is clear by 3. Lucky Street is coming. Does he have time? Town Dancer needing the line. Lucky Street surging. Lucky Street was up in time to snatch the victory from Town Dancer. And then it was back to My Joe third, and Wiley O'Reilly was fourth, and Sunny Singh timed it brilliantly on the line to win with Lucky Street. Six, 3, 1, and 9 is posted. There is an inquiry posted by the stewards into the start concerning number 4. Stewards general inquiry into the start concerning number 4. Please hold all tickets. Race time recap, 22-2. 4 furlongs in 45-4. And the 6 furlong running time of race 3, 1:11 and 2 unofficially. Lucky Street. There's Lucky Street, returning from the third race in Fort Erie. The Dark Bear Brown 4-year-old gelding by Street Sense, from Preach It by St. Belladino. Bred in Ontario by William Graham. Mike DiPaolo shares ownership, the trainer, with John Russell, New Top Stables, and Joe DiPaolo. And Sunny Singh again joins the 20-plus wins Riders Club again in 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack. Now on the TV monitors, the steward's live review of the start, watching gate 4. Stewart's live video review on the monitors. From the general inquiry into the start, Stewart's decision, all in the field did receive a fair start. No changes. $14.20, $4.90, and $3.20 across on Lucky Street. Town Dancer $2.60 and $2.20. My Joe $4.40. The exacta $38. The trifecta $209.60. The dollar superfecta $298.75. Rolling daily double $200.40. And the pick three ended on the third race $224.90. We did have a claim from the third race. The second place finisher, number 3, Town Dancer, claimed for $6,250 by Bruno Schickadans, going to the care of trainer Elliott Sullivan. Bruno Schickadans claims Town Dancer for $62.50 out of race 3, going to new trainer Elliott Sullivan. In the fourth race, One Classy Vision will race 2 pounds over. 8 Diamonds in Her Eyes to race 3 pounds over. Vet Scratch of number 9 Party Dress. 10 Stella Terra 1 pound over. The fourth race, claiming field to run 6 furlongs on the main track in the start of a rolling pick 3 and double with superfecta, trifecta exacta, win, place, and show offered on race 4 in 18 minutes on closing day 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack under beautiful October weather conditions.
Race 4, we have a field of fillies and mares looking for their third lifetime win. The number 9 Party Dress is my top pick. She's just been really consistent this year. You see her record here at Fort Erie. Julie has one off the board finish, which was her first start since joining the barn of John Sims, and it was a sloppy track. And ever since then, her biggest defeat was a second place finish in terms of margins. She was beaten by 4.5, or 4.25, I should say. And then a couple starts back, she finished third. But she's really yet to miss the board in her last few starts. She was second last time out by 3/4 of a length behind Lynch's Gimme. You see she's faced Crazy Society, Ever So to Wild, kind of these lower level claimers that have held their own throughout the season. So I'm going to use her. I don't think we'll get 5-1 morning line. You can see from the morning line things were kind of spread out, but I'm going to use her as my top pick in here. I also use a couple others though. The number 6 1 for Nikki. Finished second last time out, beaten by 3.5 while in against $3,000 claimers. Now, getting back here, now facing just those non-winners of 3 lifetime and in for a $4,000 tag, I think it's a good fit. Now, she's only going to go 6 furlongs today. She's been going a little bit longer in her last couple starts, but she won at 6.5, 2 starts back. She won by a neck. Pretty nice performance from her. She was able to kind of sit further back than her earlier starts this year and make ground up to get the job done. You can see she's faced some other horses in here, and they actually have beat her on several occasions, but she's consistent. I like the trip that she's going to get, and I think if the pace is honest enough early on, we'll see her with her one big late move. And then finally, the 7 Misty Blonde. She's a horse that kind of tries every single time. She's tried on the turf. She had some nice turf races earlier this year. Then in her last 2 turf races, her form kind of tailed off, so they put her on the dirt last time against 4,500 non-winners of 2 lifetime. She got the job done by half a length. She was a little bit of a price that day. You see Nikki Alderson's going to stay aboard today, so she's getting that 5-pound weight break. And you know, the barn has had a good year. They only have 1 win from 13 starts, but they have a limited number of horses in the barn, and they fit the board in 7 of 13 at Fort Erie.
Stepping out onto the track for the fourth race, vet scratch of number 9, Party Dress, in this event. Here's the field of race 4 on Post Parade, Class C Division 1, trained by Daryl Ezra for Crazy 8 Stables, and the rider is Mark Lee Buchanan. Diamond Love number 2 has Emil Ramsemi on board, trained by William McMahon for Janelle McMahon. Musical Flight number 3, conditioned by Ravendra Raghunath for Sheila Mohan, and in the irons, that's Chris Husbands. Kevin Nichols riding for Joe Humber on number 4, Obliviously. Court Time is number 5, owned and trained by Randy Thompson, co-owned by John McMullen. In the saddle, Jeffrey Olderson. Howard Newell partnering 614 Nicky for Gary Chidobiak. Miss T-Blonde is number 7, ridden by Nicky Alderson for Anthony and Malcolm Alderson. Diamonds in Her Eyes, number 8, campaigns for Rich Davis with Sunny Singh. Number 9 was scratched. 10 Stella Terra, conditioned by Joe Humber for Terra Horse Farm, Hannah Toomey. Completing the field is 11, Keep Your Silence, Melanie Pinto for Saddle Duty, trained by Anthony Husbands for Offshore Racing Stable. The fourth race claiming field to run at 6 furlongs. Starts a rolling pick 3 and double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win, Place, and Show options on the fourth race from Fort Erie. Riders now under instruction to take their horses back to the 6 furlong starting point for race 4. They're approaching the gate. Time is running out for the 4th race. Pick 3 and all wagers. Classy Vision first in. Longshot Diamond Love. 7-2 offered on Musical Flight. Obliviously, Court Time stepping up. $7-2 in the wagering market on 1 for Nikki. Miss T Blonde is next. 3-1, very tepid favoritism on Diamonds in Her Eyes. Then Stella Terra and Keep Your Silence to complete the line. Standing by for race 4. Race 4 at the post. They're off. Good start for Keep Your Silence on the extreme outside. Diamonds in Her Eyes making a beeline for the lead. Obliviously is out there fast. Stella Terra is part of the early front 4 mix. 1 for Nikki, got away in 5th. Miss T Blonde running 6th on the outside. Musical Flight got away in 7th. Diamond Love is 8th, and Classy Vision is the early trailer by 2 more lengths in this field. Crossing over to lead it is Diamonds in Her Eyes, and Obliviously runs 2nd into the turn. Keep Your Silence running along in 3rd, and Court Time is down in on the rail in 4th. Miss T Blonde rolling up 3 wide. Diamond Love going wider out of the backfield. There goes 1 for Nikki looking for more space, and then it's back to Musical Flight as they come to the top of the stretch. The leader trying to run away on them. That's Diamond in Her Eyes, opening a 4-length lead, and the speed was 22 3 and 46 2. Diamonds in Her Eyes, first urging is on there, but Diamonds in Her Eyes has kicked clear by a solid-looking 5 and tries to bring it up to the line. The last danger is Musical Flight. Musical Flight is just charging on the outside. Here's the wire. Musical Flight breaks the heart of Diamonds in Her Eyes. Close for third and fourth with Miss T Blonde against Classy Vision. Win photo in the fourth race. Musical Flight looking to be up in time. .3871 is posted. 3871 from the fourth race. Running time recap is 22 3. 4 furlongs in 46 2. The 6 furlong running time 112 3. Musical Flight when made official. Here's Musical Flight back from the fourth race in Fort Erie. The Chestnut 6-year-old mare by McLean's Music. From Double Flight by Flying Continental. Bred in Kentucky by Stonehaven Steedlings. Trained by Ravendra Raghunath for Sheila Mohan, and Chris Husbands has won half of the program, already a double on the day. Back in the first race with Crazy Society. Chris Husbands wins the fourth also with Musical Flight. That's official. 760, 470, and 360. Diamonds in Her Eyes 520 and 360. Miss T Blonde 410. The Exacta 3740. The Trifecta 205.40. The Dollar Superfecta 387 and 1 495.40. The Rolling Double $101.50. Pick 3 ended on the fourth race $838.90. Now on display, the fourth race win photograph, Musical Flight, over Diamonds in Her Eyes, 3/8. Win photo now on display from race 4. Here are the race 5 changes. 2 Exquise, Stewart Scratch. 3 Striking Red, racing 3 pounds over. Number 4, Star on the Horizon, will be 1 pound over. 5 Solitude is Bliss, and 6 Einstein's Babe, Stewart's Scratches. 10 Come On Babe and 11 Miss Artie Deco, Stewart's Scratches. And the 12 Will Move Into Race. That's number 12, Doodle Dandy, will move into race and will be 1 pound over. 12 moves in race 5. 18 minutes to post time. Race 5 will be contested at 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. Off the turf, race 5 on the main track at 1 mile 70 yards. Fifth race horses move into the walking ring. Riders up for race 5. Marvell is leading out the race 5 post parade in Fort Erie, trained by Ravendra Raghunath for owner Sheila Mohan. The ride to Emil Ramsamy. Striking red, number 3. Sunny Singh aboard, trained by Ashley Bernass for Colebrook Farms. Star on the horizon is number 4, campaigning for Julie and David Mathis with Chris Husbands up. Numbers 5 and 6 are out. 7, Sexy Nexy, partnered by Howard Newell. Trained by Gary Chidobiak for Robin Broman and Maureen Hewitt-Top. The 8 is Friday Night Magic, trained by Santino De Paula for York Tech Stable. Kevin Nichols on board. Hurricane Director is number 9. The rider is Jason Hoyt, trained by Teston Holder for owner Kenny Eng. 10 and 11 are out. Completing the field is 12, Doodle Dandy. Races for Lindsay and Joe Hode with Jeffrey Alderson. Race 5 to be contested at 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. Starting gates in position for race 5. Horses are approaching the gate. Marvell is first in, priced at 7-2. Same price on Striking Red. Even money choice Star on the horizon. Sexy Nexy. Friday Night Magic went in well. Just 2 to go. Hurricane Director. Doodle Dandy steps in. Stand by for a start. They're at the post. Race 5, and they're off. Doodle Dandy jumped well on the outside, so did Friday Night Magic, and Star on the Horizon, the hot favorite, is headed for the lead. In between horses, that's Striking Red with Marvel down along the inside, got pinched back there, and goes just in behind Sexy Nexy and Hurricane Director into the turn. So making front, Star on the Horizon, looking like a big hot favorite here, has 3 defiant lengths on the field over to the quarter. Over to the backstretch, it's all Star on the Horizon, then Hurricane Director, Doodle Dandy running up wide, Friday Night Magic is in between, Striking Red down along the inside. In the bright orange silk, Sexy Nexy runs wide out of the backfield, and Marvel is trailing in the back cluster of horses. The opening quarter was a rapid 23-1. Star on the Horizon has kept them spaced out, but how long can this go? Hurricane Director moving up into second, and Doodle Dandy is also on a promising looking advance. Striking Red moving up into the front 4. Sexy Nexy now into the front 5. And on that final turn, the lead is shrinking suddenly for Star on the Horizon. Doodle Dandy is closing in as Jeffrey Alderson has Doodle Dandy moving up to within a length and is right on the back now of Star on the Horizon. Hurricane Director now third, and back and forth Striking Red is under heaviest urging. In the stretch, it's still Star on the Horizon. Doodle Dandy never got by yet. They're after middle speed of 47-2, 6 furlongs in 13-1. Through the stretch, hanging on for dear life, Star on the Horizon. Got a scare on the last turn, but Star on the Horizon has done it. Doodle Dandy comes in from the also eligible and ran a great second. Sexy Nexy was third, close for fourth with Hurricane Director against Striking Red. Star on the Horizon, a prevailing favorite in the end, in 1:44-3. In the fourth place photograph, number 9, Hurricane Director is posted fourth. The top 4 posted are 4-12-7-9. 4-12-7-9 from the 5th in Fort Erie. Star on the Horizon returning from race 5 in Fort Erie. Makes the most of the big class relief from maiden special weight down to claiming. The 3-year-old bay filly by Rookie Sensation. From Rare Vision by Mount Livermore. Bred in Ontario by Michael Farina. Meet leading trainer Julie Mathis having another multiple win day here to conclude the meet. Another winner in tandem with Dave Mathis. Chris Husbands is running the table. He's already got a riding triple. 3 winners on the day already for Chris Husbands in the saddle. Star on the Horizon Runs the mile in 70 yards in 1:44 and 3. .410, 280, and 220 on Star on the Horizon. Doodle Dandy 880 and 410. Sexy Nexy 290 to show. The Exacta 57.30. The Trifecta 171.20. The Dollar Superfecta 412, 7 and 9 returns $321.60. Rolling Daily Double 23.70. The Pick 3 ended on race 5, $122.45. And the early $1 Pick 4, $1,727.40. Now on the TV monitors and infield jumbo screen, the fourth place photograph showing number 9 Hurricane Director edging out 3, striking red. 9 over 3 in the fourth place photo from race 5, now on display. And we had a claim of the race winner out of race 5. Star on the Horizon, taken for $4,500 by Nancy and Robert Warner Stable. The Nancy and Robert Warner Stable claims 4 Star on the Horizon for $4,500 out of race 5. Still to go, the back half of closing day program of 2020 here at Fort Erie Racetrack. And in the 6th race, 1 Hennessy Strike races 2 pounds over. 5 Not a Hausfrau is a vet scratch. 7 Twirling Wind racing 3 pounds over. The 6th race, start of this program's 20-cent pick 5. 20-cent pick 5, post time in 17 minutes.
Race 6, we have an allowance event, 4 non-winners of 3 lifetime. Looking at this field, my top pick is Scratch. That was the number 5, Not a House Frau. Now I'll turn to the 7, Twirling Wind, who will be interesting. Only has 1 dirt start under her belt, but she's been pretty consistent, at least in her last 2 here at 40. I think she might have needed a start here. She only finished 6th that day, but beaten by 2 1/4, small margin. And then in her next 2 starts, like I mentioned, she's been consistent. She had a second, and then most recently she won, going 5 ace on the turf. So now she's going to try to take that turf form, move it over to the dirt. I think she'll be fine based on pedigree. I'm not super worried, and I really like that she's actually had some decent works here in the morning. You can see her dirt works. They've been consistent. They've been sharp. Not sure what they looked like, but at least from a time perspective, they've been quick. And I think with the Scratch of the 5, she looks like the logical horse to use in here. I did mention, there are some other horses maybe to look at. The number 3, Egyptian Knights. This is one that's going to make the dirt debut. 3-year-old filly by Cairo Prince out of an Ascot Nightmare. Was claimed last time out for 10,000. Failed as the favorite. Finished 3rd, beaten by 4 lengths. But overall, she's had a good career. She's already amassed over 100,000 in purse earnings, 13 starts. 2 wins, and she's hit the board 7 out of 13. You can see she's actually faced some tough competition in the past and has had some big numbers. So I think they're kind of seeing what they got out of that claim for 10,000. Logical use. And then if I look at the other horses, I think the 2, None Your Business is one to use. Actually, I think last time out you can kind of discard the effort. It was on the turf, and I think looking at his dirt numbers, he fits here. He had a nice maiden score. I should say she had a nice maiden score. 3 starts back. She won basically in gate to wire fashion almost. Drew it clear by 2 1/4 in the end. And then 2 starts back. She just didn't have that late kick. She wasn't able to close the gap. She could only finish 3rd that day, but Lynch's Gimme won the race. Next was Sienna Dream, who had a big performance here not too long ago. So I like seeing that performance, and I think slight cutback here from the 6.5 on the dirt to 5 should be right up her alley.
Field has moved into the walking ring for race 6. Riders up for race 6. It's Hennessy Strike, leading out the 6th race post parade in Fort Erie. The rider is Michel Rainford, trained by Vince Bellissimo for owner Maria Burantanis. None of Your Business, number 2, conditioned by Des Maynard for Andrew Heward in the irons, Chris Husbands. Melanie Pinto rides for Deborah Fletcher and Marty Drexler on 3 Egyptian Knights. Savoya, number 4, owned and trained by Julie Ayres, hired to ride, is Emil Ramsamy. Number 5 was a vet scratch. 6 is Secret Affirmation. Henna Toomey up for Ian D'Souza and trainer Daniel Wills. Twirling Wind completes the field, conditioned by Kevin Buttigieg for Kevin Attard, and the jockey is Sunny Singh. Allowance event in the 6th race. Traveling 5 furlongs on the main track, 2 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. It's the start of the daily 20-cent Pick 5. Starting gate taking position at the 5 furlong point for race 6. Riders requested to take their horses to the gate. Time running out for the 20-cent pick 5 and race 6 wagers. Big number on None of Your Business stepping in. Favorites respect for Egyptian Knights. The Gray Savoia. Secret Affirmation. Just inside and outside to go. Hennessy Strike. Last to load after Twirling Wind. They're all locked in. Stand by for a start. Race 6 is off. And Twirling Wind tries to jet to the lead over Secret Affirmation. Egyptian Knights is out fast. None of Your Business and Hennessy Strike making it a wild scrap over to the turn. 2 lengths back to the trailer, the Gray Savoia. On the outside, Twirling Wind and Secret Affirmation has made the fence. Then Egyptian Knights. Down in tight along the inside. That's None of Your Business. Hennessy Strike is there with the lead pack of 5. And Savoia, the trailer, throughout. So they move up to the top of the stretch. Twirling Wind showing just a short lead. Hennessy Strikes had a long battle. Secret Affirmation. Then Egyptian Knights along the inside. Not much more to offer yet. And they turn for the payoff. Sunny Singh is sitting chilly and comes on by with Twirling Wind. And now it's just minor left-handed urging. Twirling Wind is drawing away. You got 7s on the top of the ticket. Head to the cashier's line for Twirling Wind. Hennessy Strike fought a good fight, was just second best. Egyptian Knights third. Secret Affirmation was fourth. Twirling Wind in a romp. In race 6, that 5 furlongs, 58 1/5. There's Twirling Wind returning from the 6th race. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Twirling Candy from Miss Moonshine by Malibu Moon. Bred in Maryland by Country Life Farm and Miss Moonshine LLC. Trained by Kevin Buttigieg for Kevin Attard. The winning ride, double on the day for Sunny Singh. And that's the second win in 6 starts this year. Twirling Wind goes off at a very generous 6-1 to kick back $14 on the win ticket, $5.90 and $2.20. Hennessy Strike $6.20 and $3.30. Egyptian Knights $2.10. The Exacta $46.90. The Trifecta $123.30. The Dollar Superfecta $7.136, $244.95. The Rolling Daily Double $25.60. The Pick 3 $75.80. If you haven't already done so, be sure to check out hpibet.com and join for free today. When you wager $100, you will get $100 deposited into your account. Membership in hpibet.com includes the rewards program, the ability to watch 4 tracks at the same time. You can wager on almost 500 tracks from around the world, and you can bet online or on site at any time. Join for free today and check it out if you haven't already done so. hpibet.com. In the 7th race, 177 Stone races 1 pound over. 2, It Starts With a Drink is a vet scratch. 6, Sinar, 7, 2020 Crest, and the 8, World of Prospects. 6, 7, and 8, along with number 1, are all 1 pound over. The 7th race is the 2020 Tour de Fort. 2 miles and 70 yards in the annual Tour de Fort. 18 minutes to race 7.
Race 7 is the return of the Tour de Fort. 2 miles and 70 yards on the dirt. I think looking at the field in here, we actually have the defending winner of this race. We didn't have this race last year, but 2 years ago we did. World of Prospects won it. See, he was claimed last time out. I think a big part of that was to gear him towards the spot. When I go to the number 5, Auntie Catherine, she's won 2 Cup races here this year. I think she's a big contender for Horse of the Year, if not the Horse of the Year at Fort Erie. But she's won 2 Cup races, one against the boys, one against the girls. They were scheduled for the turf, moved to the dirt, didn't matter. Took them gate to wire in both of them and won with ease. Now, speaking of her distance races, she actually has gone long. She's gone 1 mile and 5/8 and 1 mile and 3/4. If you look at her race just about a year ago, going 1 mile and 3/4 of the turf, she went to the front and she finished third in there, beaten by a length and 1/4, but it was a really, really tough group and a big field. So I think it's a huge performance. I don't think that says she can't get the distance. I think in her case, if she gets to the front, she is bold and she is tough as nails. And if she definitely gets to the front easily, watch out, because I think she could take this field gate to wire. I mentioned the number 8, World of Prospects, won this race 2 years ago. Has 1 win this year, came at 1 mile on the turf. So that here at Fort Erie, that's a 2-turn distance. Pretty nice performance from that one. I think the big thing is the other races this year haven't been that great, but now you have to factor in this horse is proven at the distance. So I use this horse for second. And then finally, I'll use the number 4, the Other Breeze, who I think is kind of a sleeper in sense. Only 4-1 morning line, but has 3 wins and 3 on the board finishes. So every time this horse has hit the board this year, it has been a win out of the 10 starts, and they've all been at distance races, at least over 1 mile. You see them on the Tapeta, you see 2 here at Fort Erie. It's not crazy to think this horse is going to make up a lot of ground late, because that's what he does. He can be really far back and just all of a sudden he starts making ground up when he's ready to roll. It doesn't happen every time, but he's been known to fire, and I think they have him coming into this race. He hasn't raced since September 21st. He's had some weeks off. I really like that move, and I think he's a horse that maybe can score the upset in the Tour de Fort.
In the 7th race, first time announcement, 6 Sinar, races with inserts. First time announcement in the 7th race, 6 Sinar, races with inserts. They moved into the walking race. Riders go up for the Tour de Fort. Introducing the field for the seventh race, the 2020 Tour de Fort, led by 77 Stone. Trained by Paul Lepien for MPB Stables, and hired to ride is Sunny Singh. Number 2 was scratched. Giant Mine races for trainer Nicola Scott, sharing ownership with Colin Rankin. Nikki Alderson aboard 3, Giant Mine. The Other Breeze, number 4, is conditioned by Michael J. Blake for Michael Blake Sr. and Ascot Stud. In the saddle, Melanie Pinto. NT Catherine is number 5, partnered by Emil Ramsamy, trained by Jennifer Davis for Big Boy Racing. Six is Sinar, racing with inserts, and Hanatumi is up for owner-trainer Jeff Voice. "2020 Crest is number 7, Jason Hoyd. In the saddle for trainer Saul McHugh and Langcrest Farm. Julian, Daryl Ezra, and Michelle Olson campaigning World of Prospects. Number 8, on board Jeffrey Alderson. 2 miles and 70 yards for the purse of $24,108. It's the 2020 edition of the Tour de Fort. On this event, the start of the late pick 4, starting the late pick 4 and a rolling pick 3 and double. And there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, win place and show wagers on the 7th from Fort Erie. Horses are approaching the gate. Beginning to walk in now. 77 Stone is first. Will be off in double digits. There's Giant Mine. Heavily favored Auntie Catherine. Sinar racing with inserts. 7-1 Respect for the other Breeze. 2020 Crest will be a long shot. World of Prospects won this a couple of years back, steps in. They're all in line at the post for the 7th, and they're off in the 2020 Tour de Fort. And there goes Auntie Catherine with Sonar up in search of the early lead. Giant Mine runs right through into a good spot along the inside. 2020 Quest and World of Prospects are on the extreme outside, and it's a break of about 5 more lengths to the other breeze trailing in behind 77 Stone. So the field is well spaced out moving into the turn. Auntie Catherine and Giant Mine setting the pace. Sonar attending with the lead pack from third. About 8 more lengths back, and 2020 Crest runs along in fourth. The other breeze is on the outside of that one, along the backstretch to the rear of the field. So it's Auntie Catherine calling the shots over Giant Mine and Sonar. In the next flight, World of Prospects moves up on the outside of 2020 Crest, and a bigger gap back to that last pair of 77 Stone, and in reserve, way spaced out about 20 lengths back of the leaders or more, is the other breeze. So the early fractions have been 23-3 and 47-3. It's a good, honest tempo for the 2-mile distance. Auntie Catherine is making it over Giant Mine and Sonar. Then back in the turn, positions are still unchanged. Running together in the next flight are World of Prospects and 2020 Crest, and then a break of about 15 lengths back to the last pair of the other breeze to the outside of 77 Stone. So they're in the stretch for the first time and coming to the completion of the mile after the 6 furlong time of 1:13-2. A really good, brisk, honest tempo, and making it is Auntie Catherine over Giant Mine. They've got 1 lap to go. Auntie Catherine and Giant Mine. 2 more lengths to Sonar. Closing a little bit of ground is World of Prospects on the outside of 2020 Crest, and still about 30 lengths back. The lead trailing duo are the other breeze to the outside of 77 Stone. So they brace midway in the turn, and for the backstretch final time, Auntie Catherine still loping along on the lead. Giant Mine has been attending. Making up a pile of ground is World of Prospects up on the outside fourth, just in behind Sonar. Then 2020 Crest is still attending in the front 5, and a bigger gap back to the last pair, who are starting to gain a little bit though, 77 Stone and the other breeze. The top end target remains Auntie Catherine. Auntie Catherine showing no weakness or fatigue yet. Sonar has come on through. Giant Mine on the outside, and rolling up into the front 4, still with a little more to offer maybe, is Jeffrey Alderson with World of Prospects looming bolder in the front 4. Tiring and backing away was 2020 Crest, and closer again that last pair of 77 Stone and the other breeze. So it's Auntie Catherine on the final turn. The mile rate was 1:40-3, and they move to the top of the stretch for the final time in the 2020 2-mile and 70-yard marathon known as the Tour de Fort. World of Prospects is taking dead aim. Giant Mine no more to offer from third. Moving up fourth on the outside, 77 Stone, who was in reserve. And in the stretch, now it's a battle of will up to the wire. Auntie Catherine on the inside. World of Prospects is asked for just a little bit more. Auntie Catherine is digging deep and going to the bottom of the well, and she's the champion. Auntie Catherine at 3-5 goes all the way to win the 2020 Tour de Fort. What a great second was World of Prospects. Closing up for third, that was 77 Stone, and Giant Mine did hold fourth, as Auntie Catherine was unbeatable, 3:35 4/5 for the 2 miles and 70 yards. There's Auntie Catherine back for the victory photograph from the 2020 Tour de Fort. The Chestnut 5-year-old mare by Haynesfield from Include Catherine by Include, bred in Ontario by Terra Farms Limited, trained by Jennifer Davis for Big Boy Racing, and the winning ride executed in the Tour de Fort by Mayo Ramsamy. 4 wins in 8 starts this year. And Auntie Catherine, as heavy favorite, kicks back 320, 240, and 210. World of Prospects, winner of this event, a couple of years back, 620 and 550, 77 stone, 1360. The Exacta 1980, the Trifecta 261.80, the Dollar Superfecta 373.50, the Rolling Daily Double 22.70, the Pick 3 ended on the 7th race, $27.10. Still 3 races to go on the 2020 closing day card in Fort Erie. In the 8th, one Gideon's Sword has a jockey change to Chris Husbands. Chris Husbands rides one Gideon's Sword in the 8th. 2 Western Society will race 2 pounds over. 3 Text Me 2 has a jockey change to Jason Hoyt. Jason Hoyt rides 3 Text Me 2. Number 4, Sea by the Sea, 3 pounds over. Stewart Scratch of 5, JMR Silent Lake. 7, Sunkawakan, racing 2 pounds over. 9, I've Paid My Dues, racing 1 pound over. Number 10 is a Stewart Scratch. 11, a Stewart Scratch, along with 12 and 13. 14 and 15 will move into race. 14 and 15 moving in the 8th race. For those of you on track at the Tiki Bar, for the real-time odds in this event on numbers 14 and 15, please consult the infield jumbo screen or the TV monitors at the Tiki Bar. Again, on track, the few of you at the Tiki Bar and those of you on track, real-time odds for numbers 14 and 15 only available on the infield jumbo screen and on the TV monitors at the Tiki Bar. In the 8th race, number 14, Henry's Gizmo, should be noted as a first-time gelding. That's the 8th race, number 14, Henry's Gizmo, moving into race, should be noted as a first-time gelding. The horses for the 8th race have moved into the walking ring. Pending rider change in the 10th race, 3 Marriage Counselor. It'll be Pierre Mailhot. In the 10th race, concluding the last pick 3, 3 Marriage Counselor in the 10th, the rider Pierre Mailhot. Riders up is the call for the 8th. Gideon Sword to lead out the 8th race post-parade in Fort Erie, with Chris Husbands riding, trained by Joe Humber for Awesome Start Stables. Western Society number 2 is trained by Nick Mullaney Jr. for Bill Sirocklot and partner. In the irons, Mark Lee Buchanan. Text Me Too is number 3, owned by Irene Adlam, trained by Ravendra Raghunath. Mount goes to Jason Hoyt. Sea by the Sea is number 4, conditioned by Mark Fournier for Cyril Simek. Jockey is Sunny Singh. 5 is Scratch, 6 Gunzig Stinger. It's trained by Claudia Rabstein for Zig John Grinsteins, and in the irons, Emil Ramsamy. Sunkawakan 7, conditioned by Des Maynard for Gordon Colborne with Devin Johnson. Walking Around Money is number 8, campaigning for Gary Chidobiak. Pierre Mailhot in the saddle. 9 is I've Paid My Dues. Jeffrey Alderson riding, trained by Sal Melai for Chetram Harpal. Numbers 10 through 13 are out. 14 is Henry's Gizmo, conditioned by Mickey Neubauer for Ivan Delos and Melanie Pinto, is on board. 14 Henry's Gizmo should be noted as a first-time gelding. Completing the field is 15 Den of Thieves, races for Nicola Scott with Kirk Johnson up. The 8th race, the Serge Massillon Memorial at Fort Erie Racetrack. On this event, the final pick 3 of the program. And their Superfecta rolling double trifecta exacta win, place, and show on the 8th. The 8th race to be contested at 5 furlongs on the main track. Starting gate takes position and the riders are under request to bring their horses to the gate for the 8th race. They've reached the gate and they're readying to step in. Gideon Sword getting 7-2 action is first in. Western Society. Longshot text me too. Sea by the Sea stepping right up. Gunzig Stinger hovering around 5-1. Walk-in around money. Offered at 7-1. I've paid my dues. Went in. Henry's Gizmo, first-time starter, stepped in well. Den of Thieves, so just waiting on the 7 gate. Sunka Walk-in is going in. Stand by for a start. Race 8 at the post. They're off. They came out in a really good line there. And in the middle of the track, trying to burst out and beat them all out of there was Gunzig Stinger. But down along the inside, Gideon's Sword, also flashing speed up with the pacemakers. That's Sunka Walkin', and it's a 5-wide charge. Henry's Gizmo is the widest one, moving up into the turn. As they charge around that first turn, Den of Thieves is spotted just in behind the speed. It's 2 more lengths back to I've Paid My Dues. Western Society along the inside. And the last pair dropping back were Gunzig Stinger and Text Me Too. They move around to the top of the stretch. Gunzig Stinger joined on the outside by Henry's Gizmo. And Henry's Gizmo, first-time starter, is going an attempted big one here. Den of Thieves is on the extreme outside. The quarter times were 22-4, 45-4, and through the stretch, surging to the front was Gideon's Sword. Gideon's Sword will win it by 5 going away, make it Henry's Gizmo that was eventually the winner. Henry's Gizmo, the winner. Henry's Gizmo wins it by close to 6 lengths, and the running time 58 1/5. Posted on the board 14, 6, 15, and 9. 14, 6, 15, 9 posted from the 8th race. Eighth race results are unofficial. The stewards have called an inquiry to final turn racing action. Stewards' inquiry, general inquiry into racing action on the turn. The unofficial winner is back. First-time starter Henry's Gizmo, ultra impressive. The Chestnut 3-year-old colt by Giant Gizmo from Henry's collection. By Henry the Navigator. Trained by Mickey Neubauer for owner Ivan Dallos. Bred in Ontario by Tall Oaks Farm. The winning ride to Melanie Pinto. The blanket presentation in honor of Serge Massillon. the Serge Massillon Memorial. Serge's Tack Shop making a beautiful blanket presentation to the connections of Henry's Gizmo from the Serge Massillon Memorial. Stewards' inquiry still on to racing action on the turn from the 8th. Stewards' live video review now on display. From that Stewards' review, no changes. Stewards find insufficient reason for any changes. 14, 6, 15, and 9 will be posted official. $6.90 on the win ticket Henry's Gizmo, then $4.10 and $3.50. Gunzig Stinger $5.20 and $3.60. Den of Thieves $3.50. The Exacta $31.30. The Trifecta $160.80. The Dollar Superfecta $2,474.40. The Rolling Daily Double $12.70. Pick 3 ended on the 8th race, $48.30. Last show of the season for Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack this Thursday evening on Your TV Niagara, cable channel 700 in the entire Niagara region. That's our weekly highlights and replay show on Your TV Niagara season's finale this Thursday night. Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack on Your TV Niagara. In the 9th race, for Kiss of Fire is a vet scratch. Same for number 9, Ben's Last Call. Vet scratches of 4 and 9 from the 9th race. Starts the final rolling daily double. Post time in 20 minutes from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 9's a $3,000 claiming event going 6.5 furlongs over the main track. You kind of look in here. We have a big field. We do have a couple scratches, one of which I did use, which is the number 4, Kiss of Fire. But that leaves me with just my first and third pick. My first one is the number 3, Dynamic Force. Won last time out, picked up that third lifetime win, was able to kind of just sit off the pace, not too far back, sat mid-pack and made a move to get the job done by a length, and just kind of was the best in the field. Dinah's Gamble, we saw race yesterday, second at the $3,000 level, so, kind of shows you the competition, fits well here again, and I think in the case of this one, going from 6 to 6.5 furlongs, that should be fine. So it was a really nice dirt debut. We'll see if this one can do second time on the dirt. And then only other voice I have is the number 5, Cape Romance, who, yes, we haven't seen in over a year, but last time we saw him, he faced $4,500 non-winners of 2 on the year, finished third, beaten by 2 lengths, was picked out of that event. He's been gelded since that effort, and I think looking at his prior races, he was pretty consistent. He was facing better throughout his career. So he's in for a $3,000 tag. He's had some work. Some of them have been sharp. Barn does kind of well with the first claim angle, 2, 4, 8 to be specific, but I'm intrigued by him. Michelle Rainford's going to climb aboard. She's had a really good meet here. She's only won at 14%, but she's picked up a lot of shares in those races. And for me, the price is right on this horse. So if we're anywhere near that, even I would take 6, 7 to 1. I think this horse is going to offer some value. So those are the top 2 I'll stick to. I think looking at others, there's a couple directions you could go. I do think maybe a long shot I would consider to use for underneath. Nothing more than 3rd or 4th on the ticket would be the 7, Stop Victimizing Me. 3rd last time out, and the other performance here had a 5th and a 3rd. But those 3rd place efforts, I think, here are good enough to get a minor share for underneath in the exotics.
Field of the ninth race has moved into the walking ring. Riders up for the ninth race. Leading out post-parade is our dance hall number 1, Nikki Alderson riding, trained by Julie Ayres for Ken Smith. Sleek Idea number 2, campaigning for Luann Woods with Jeffrey Alderson up. Dynamic Force number 3, now trained by Chris Jolene for Leanne Willette, and aboard is Sunny Singh. Number 4 was scratched. 5 is Cape Romance, trained by Josh Robillard for Krista Clemmer, hired to ride Michelle Rainford. 6 is Majestic Fever. Willie Armada conditions for Alpine Stable. Emil Ramsamy on board. Hanatumi to ride 7, Stop Victimizing Me, for A. Wallen and Partners, trained by Bancroft D'Souza. Groundhog Day is number 8, conditioned by Joan Mitchell for Linda Lippy with Mark Lee Buchanan. Number 9, Event Scratch. 10 is Quality Brew. Trained by Louis Cappy for Lincoln Radhay, Kirk Johnson in the saddle. Completing the field is 11, Uncle Lou. Owned and trained by Louis Cappy, co-owned by Wendy Roberts, and the rider is Pierre Mailhot. They're on the track for the 9th race, start of this program's final, Rolling Double. And there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win, Place, and Show. The 9th's coming right up from Fort Erie. Riders now requested to take their horses back to the 6.5 furlong starting point for the Fort Erie 9th race. Arriving at the gate and readying to load for the 9th race. Long Shot Sleek Idea first to go around. Dynamic Force 4-1 in the last click. Cape Romance and Majestic Fever taking 5-1 action. Long Shot Stop Victimizing Me. Groundhog Day. Quality Brew ready to step in. Uncle Lou. Last to go around was the 1 gate occupant, our dance hall. Our dance hall stepping in. Stand by for a start. They're off. In the 9th on closing day in Fort Erie, our dance hall jumped well. Groundhog Day on the outside as they prepare to leave the chute. Cape Romance down the middle, and there goes Stop Victimizing Me with Dynamic Force right along the inside. Stop Victimizing Me, Cape Romance, and along the inside is Dynamic Force going to be attending Groundhog Day back to 4th. Uncle Lou is on the outside of Quality Brew along the backstretch, then Majestic Fever. It's 2 more lengths to Sleek Idea, and our dance hall by 3 more is trailing. Stop Victimizing Me on the outside still has a very short lead as they ready to move into the turn. Now Stop Victimizing Me is able to cross over, and Dynamic Force is second. Cape Romance, Groundhog Day is rolling wide, so is Long Shot. Uncle Lou winging out there 4 wide. Stop Victimizing Me at 25-1 is the head of the stretch leader, and Groundhog Day is moving up for second. Uncle Lou looks live on the outside. Dynamic Force tries to summon more along the inside. Top of the stretch leader still is Stop Victimizing Me. Groundhog Day in hot pursuit on the outside. Stop Victimizing Me. Groundhog Day is getting up on the outside. Groundhog Day, Stop Victimizing Me. Which of these 2 on the line? Groundhog Day is up to win. Stop Victimizing Me second. Then Dynamic Force was third, and Uncle Lou saved 4th as Groundhog Day and Mark Lee Buchanan win it in the 9th. 1-18-3. (873.11) is posted from the 9th race. 873.11 with running times of 23-3, 4 furlongs in 47-1, 6 furlongs 112-1, and the 6.5 furlong running time of the 9th race 1:18.3. Back to the winner's photograph is number 8, Groundhog Day, 4-year-old bay gelding by Awesome Again, from Brave Destiny by Quiet American, bred in Ontario by Samson Farm, had been trained by Joan Mitchell for owner Linda Lippy. The winning ride to Mark Lee Buchanan. On the class drop, Groundhog Day prevails in 118 and 3 when posted official from the 9th race as favored. $370 on the win ticket, $260 and $210 Groundhog Day. Stop Victimizing Me, $17, was off at 25 to 1, 9.10 to show. Dynamic Force, $320. The Exacta, $40.70. The Trifecta, $135.90. The Dollar Superfecta, $873.11, $356.20. Rolling Daily Double, $27.10. The Pick 3 ended on the 9th race, $18.30. We had a claim out of the 9th race. The race winner, 8 Groundhog Day, taken for $3,000 by new owner trainer Rich Davis. Rich Davis claims Groundhog Day out of the 9th. Here are the 10th race changes from Fort Erie. 3 Marriage Counselor, jockey change to Pierre Mail Hot. 6 Silent Contempt, racing 3 pounds over. 8 Hidden Artifact, 1 pound over. 9 I Idolize You is a steward scratch of 13 Crumlin Express. On the final race, mandatory payout for the Jackpot High 5. There's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show. The 2020 finale, season finale, the 10th race coming up in 22 minutes from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 10 wraps up the 2020 season at Fort Erie. It's a field of $4,500 claimers, and we all know that claiming horses are kind of the bones of the sport. They really keep everyone going, and they're such a big part, so I think this is a great way to wrap up the card. We got a big field. One of my horses that I did like, the number 9, I Idolize You, is out, so I only want to focus on my top 2. Starting with the number 5, Seal Team 2. There's no better way to say this. What a cool horse. He's been kind of a hard knocker all year. He has 3 wins, 2 on the turf, 1 on the dirt. He's 5 for 8 in the money on the dirt. You see, last time out, he finally got that dirt win. He took him gate to wire, and it was a career best effort. But, you know, you look at his races, he stumbled and lost the rider once, and everything else than that, well, the worst finish was a second place finish, beaten by 2 lengths. So to me, he doesn't need the lead, but if he gets the lead, that's fine. I think there is a decent amount of horses in here that may try to press him early on. So it'll be interesting to see what he ends up doing, but very consistent runner that I would love to own a piece of. And then finally, the number 12, Be the Change. This is another consistent horse. He's only missed the board once this year. That race wasn't even here. That was up at Woodbine. So here at Fort Erie, he's 7 for 7 in the money. Last time out, I was slightly disappointed. He didn't have a late kick, and I was really hoping to see that from him. He finished 3rd, beaten by 3 lengths behind Captain Sydney and Stormy Leo. Big prices that day out of that race. And then look at his other performances. I mean, his 2 wins, he's another one that just sits off the pace and makes one big move. So that's what I would like to see from him today. I'd like to see him sit off the pace and just make one late run. And hopefully he'll be near the morning line. Before I sign off, I just want to thank everyone. The horsemen in the race office, you guys did a tremendous job putting together the meet and filling races. We've had some really big fields, especially the last month or 2. I've really enjoyed watching the races from home. It's definitely not been the same not being there and seeing you all, but kudos on a successful 2020 meet. And thank you to everyone that tuned in. You had to listen to me ramble a lot of days, but you guys really support our product and are the reason that we're still around and operating. We're a small track, but we're really passionate about horse racing, and I can say that everyone that I've met at Fort Erie, they're passionate and they're hardworking, and this is their life and this is their passion. So thanks for supporting us, and hopefully we'll see you soon enough in 2021. Take care.
Thanks very much to our track handicapper, Ashley Mayu, for all of your contributions over the past several years and adding greatly to the interest and understanding of our thoroughbred racing game here at Fort Erie Racetrack, and for your passion for the sport. Ashley Mayu, thank you again for a great 2020 campaign. The 10th and final race this year at Fort Erie Racetrack, dedicated to our late friend, great industry participant, former blacksmith, Danny Taylor. Well known and well liked by all in the sport. Real devotion and dedication to his craft of blacksmithing. A great friend to all. Just a great, great guy who left us way too soon late last winter. So we dedicate the 10th and final race of the 2020 campaign at Fort Erie Racetrack to Danny Taylor, the Danny Taylor Memorial in the 10th. First time announcement in this 10th race. Number 11, Ami's Boy, races with inserts. That's the 10th race, 11 Ami's Boy, racing with inserts. Horses have moved into the walking ring for the Fort Erie 10th race. Riders are going up for the 10th. What a finale. Call to the post. That's our Reinhold Nagel, ladies and gentlemen. And his devotion is unparalleled, coming up to 6 decades of service of calls to the post here at Fort Erie Racetrack. And look at the bounce in the step still. Thanks again, Reinhold. In the most difficult of circumstances this year, super job. And as always, we really enjoyed your calls to the post. Reinhold Nagel. There's been waiting to lead out the 10th race post parade in Fort Erie, trained by Armand Concessi for Rockpile Stable, and the rider is Michelle Rainford. 2 Butterfly Strike has Kevin Nichols up, trained by Julie Mathis for Alicia Robillard. Marriage Counselor number 3, rider change to Pierre Melhot for Joe Humber. Pierre Melhot riding 3, Marriage Counselor. Tobruk is number 4, services of Kirk Johnson, trained by Nicola Scott for Anthony and Dale Powell. 5 is SEAL Team 2, conditioned by Sharon Chicato for Even Stevens Stables, the ride to Mark Lee Buchanan. Silent Contempt number 6, partnered by Sunny Singh for owner and trainer Kevin Buttigieg. Ariocentric is number 7, races for Julie Mathis with Emil Ramsamy. Hidden Artifact number 8, conditioned by Kevin Buttigieg for Hidden Springs, Jeffrey Alderson. On board. Number 9 is out. 10 is Tale of Vienna, conditioned by John Sims for Deborah Fletcher, and the mount goes to Sky Chernetz. The 11 is Ami's Boy, owned and trained by Jeff Voice, hired to ride Jason Hoyt. 12 Be the Change completes the field with Chris Husband's award for Joe Humber. Number 13 is out. The 10th and final of the 2020 campaign from Fort Erie Racetrack, the Danny Taylor Memorial. On this event, mandatory jackpot payout for the high 5, in addition to superfecta, trifecta, Starting gate is taking position at the 6 furlong point for the 10th race. Riders now requested to bring their horses to the gate. Readying to load. $9-1 the price on Marriage Counselor first in. Tobruk stepped in well. There's Seal Team 2. Silent Contempt. Ariocentric. Another long shot, Hidden Artifact. The Gray Tail of Vienna. Ami's Boy taking 4-1 action. Also 4-1 on Be the Change. Now 9-2 last click. Butterfly Strike. So just gate 1. Been waiting. Stand by for a start. They're at the post for the 10th. They're off in the 2020 season finale in Fort Erie and the Danny Taylor Memorial, and it's a very even-looking start. Seal Team 2 shows the most speed. Ami's Boy up fast from the outside. So is Be the Change along the backstretch. Tobruk is there in between horses on the flank of Bean Waiting and Butterfly Strike. Ariocentric is running out wide. Moving second to last in between horses, that was Silent Contempt along the backstretch. As they go to the turn, they speed with Seal Team 2. Running up on the pace, flanked by Ami's Boy and Be the Change. It's a 3-wide scrap for the lead, and 2 more lengths back to Hidden Artifact as they come around to the top of the stretch. Bean Waiting is another 5 more lengths back, and they will turn for the payoff. Forging on by, Seal Team 2 has the top of the stretch lead. Ami's Boy suddenly backed away, and Tail of Vienna is running up widest of all on the grandstand side. Fort Erie Racetrack, you hold them in your stretch. For the final time in 2020, Seal Team 2 is still going. Tail of Vienna is going to have a last surge on the extreme outside. Tail of Vienna is getting up. Still digging SEAL Team 2, but it's Tale of Vienna to win over SEAL Team 2. Be the Change a great third. Marriage Counselor was fourth and Bean Waiting was fifth. And Tale of Vienna wins the finale in Fort Erie at 2-1, running the 6 furlongs in 111 flat. The unofficial jackpot high five is 10, 5, 12, 3, 1. The unofficial jackpot high five, 10, 5, 12, 3, 1. Race time recap, 22 and 2. The half in 45 and 2, and they ran the 6 furlongs in 111 flat. Tale of Vienna. Here's Tale of Vienna back from the 10th race in Fort Erie. Receiving the beautiful blanket presentation from friends and family of Danny Taylor from the Danny Taylor Memorial. Tale of Vienna, the Grey or Roan, 5-year-old gelding by Tale of Icati. From Ruby Wood by Woodman. Bred in Kentucky by Charles Fipke. Now trained by John Sims for owner Deborah Fletcher. The winning ride executed by Sky Chernetz. And that's the second win in 8 starts this year as Tale of Vienna runs the 6 furlongs of the 10th race in 111. $6.30, $3, $2.50 across. Tale of Vienna. SEAL Team 2, $4.30 and $3.50. Be the Change, $3.80. The Exacta, $32.10. The Trifecta, $132. The $1 Superfecta of 10, 5, 12, and 3, $242.90. In the Jackpot High 5, $1 ticket returns $1,231. The Jackpot High 5, $1 ticket, $1,231. Last rolling double, $13.80. The final dollar pick 3, $36. The late dollar pick 4, $88.95. And the $1 pick 5, $637.75. Thanks again for another great season, ladies and gentlemen, and for all of your interest and participation in racing from Fort Erie in the 39-date season of 2020. Watch for our announcements on FortErieRacing.com for the start of the 2021 season early next summer. On behalf of our horse people, the TV broadcast production team, staff, management, and the racing officials, we hope to see you again when live racing resumes. Early next summer, watch for the announcements on our website at forterierieracing.com. We'll see you again for live action from Fort Erie for its 124th historic season in 2021. Good afternoon from Fort Erie Racetrack. See you next year.